Hello, 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 hello. Good day, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Hi, Tracy. Interesting. First person to be in the stream, in the chat today. How are you doing? How are you doing? Hello, Reminis. How are you also doing? Great. Great to know that you're doing fine. I'm also great. Like, it's Friday. And yeah, everything is going on well here. What's up for today? What's up for today? No, it's been a long time since I saw something like that. That's why it's interesting. No, sometimes I don't stream on Friday, so people think I may not be coming to the. And the way the whole week has been very busy, but at least today I have less meetings today. I think the only official meeting I have is right now. And afterwards, hopefully, no more meetings till I close from work today. Yep. What are you up to today? What are you all up to? I think I'm feeling a bit sleepy today. But anyway, it's Friday, so at least when we finish, I can get to sleep more. And I close from work. I don't have class this weekend. I only have assignments. So I guess I can sleep small and regain my energy, which should be an important part of every weekend so that I can prepare for the following week. Oh, I see. OP. The whole day. It's cool. It's cool. And sometimes that concept can take you a long time to really get it. But you don't necessarily have to complicate it like that. I mean, I understand that the assignments are a lot for that one. Like when you're doing the project, then the assignments are a lot so that at least you get to play with almost everything, especially when it comes to inheritance. So yeah, it's cool. Mm, right. Hope you're ready to study. At least today I'll be able to take the breaks so we can have our conversations around the break time. If you're ready, I am also ready. So let's get into our first. Oh, did I finish Atomic Habits long ago? I finished it that very week. Or I mean, I pick books for months, but then I have multiple books per month, so I finished it that very time that I was supposed to be reading and finishing it. Yeah. Hello, Mark. Mark, how are you doing? All right, guys. So let's go for the first focus session. I'm equally in my one and only meeting for today. So I need to be there. Then during the break time, we can continue our conversation. Mark says, I'm good. How are you doing? And yeah, I'm also great. Very well. So, all the best, everyone. And let's start studying. I'll get back during the next break time and we can have some conversation. Hi, 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 hi. Hello. Uh, let's see who. Hi, Nathaniel. Welcome, Jordan. Welcome, Rutimi. Welcome. It's been a long time. Hello, Messi. How you doing? First break of the day. What is going on, guys? Tony Blaze. I think I haven't seen you in a couple of days. How are you doing, and where have you been? Messi, to answer your question, there used to be a clause that you couldn't partner with someone you had partnered before, and the reason was to help you learn how to work with different people. But I think following issues with partners that has been recurrent, that clause has been removed. So if you can find the person on the intranet and connect with the person, then you're allowed to partner with the person, irrespective of the number of times you've already partnered with them before. For as long as you can find their name there, you're allowed to do so. All right. Good to know that you're doing fine. I am good, like real good. Feeling tired in the body, but I'm good. At least in my mind, I'm good. Oh, you were in exams week. I see. How did the exams go? How did the exams go? Some things are not for the meek hearted. So far, so good. All right, that's good. That is good. And what are we doing today? It's Friday. What are you doing? For some of you, okay, around this time, that's like supposed to be like, if 7 hours ahead, that should be 4 p.m. for some of you, right? Um, what yeah. So whether you're in the afternoon or in the evening, what's up with you for this Friday? Hello, Enoch. How are you doing? So yesterday, I think I mentioned your name. I don't know if you are around. I was going to, like, one of the learners who booked the presentation with me. I saw that the person's name was Enoch. So I was like, oh. And when I searched for Enoch on the intranet, come on, I saw so many Enochs. I was like, wow. When I mean, it was the first time I came across you in that PLD session. That was the first time I came across the name Enoch. So I didn't know like it was going to be that common. I don't know if it's common where you are, but when I dropped it in the intranet, there were a couple, at least for even just the intro to SC, because I reduced it, the search query, to only the current learners in the intro to SC, and I got about four of them called Enoch. I was like, wow, if four are out of 2000 something people are called Enoch, then I want to believe that it's probably a common name somewhere. Or is it just coincidence? That's uh, is it just coincidence? Oh, it's very common. I see. I didn't know. I didn't know that. Cool. All right. Today, I would have loved us to do our Zoom session, but then I feel tired within me that I just can't wait to close and get some rest. So I don't think I'll have the energy to do it. I'm even glad that I don't have meetings today. I only have to finish up. I still have a lot of work to finish up though, but at least that is different from talking. When you're talking, it's different from when the brain is doing the work and the hands is also typing afterwards. That's all. Hello, Michael. Good day. How are you doing? As you can see, I'm yawning almost every second. What's going on, everyone? Great. Doing good. That's good. That's good to know. Doo-doo. Can I explain or say something about the constraints of rest? Oh my. Hmm. You know what? I think rest. I don't know if the way people talk about it. I feel that personally, it's either I don't get it because that's the only type of APIs like that I know. API. I don't know whether to call it architecture that I know because I haven't learned GraphQL and the rest. So it's like okay, this is what I know APIs to be. So I don't know what makes them unique like that. Unless maybe I start learning other ones, then because when I read those things about REST APIs, my brain is like, yeah, like this is what you know about APIs. So let me see if REST APIs, whatever design principles of the REST. Let me see if they write it and I'll be able to explain it to you. Uniform interface, client server decoupling, statelessness. Anyway, let me just share my screen. Because when I read it, it doesn't really stand out for me like that. I mean, it feels like this is what I know APIs to be. Okay. So according to IBM, you start with REST. Okay, so an API is a set of rules that define how applications or device can connect to and communicate with each other. I think I like their simple definition here. But sometimes when you ask people what is an API, It's really difficult to define what it is, especially for someone who is not tech savvy. But I like this: a set of rules that define how applications or devices can connect to and communicate with each other. A REST API is an API that conforms to the design principles of the REST or representational state transfer architectural style. For this reason, REST APIs are sometimes referred to as RESTful APIs. Alright, so let's go to the design principles for REST. At the most basic level, I hope you can see my screen though. I'll read from it. At the most basic level, an API is a mechanism that enables an application or service to access a resource within another application or service. Right, I like how they are putting this. The application or service doing the accessing is called the client, and the application or service containing the resource is called a server. So I hope this part makes sense. Like, for instance, if you have a decoupled front end and back end, say let's use basic stuff. I created two different repositories, and one repo is for the front end of my application and the other repo is the back end of my application. You say these two code base are decoupled. So maybe it's the same product that I'm building, but then I've decided to decouple them. That is, not put them together. I mean, decouple is just an English word, right? If you couple them, it means you put them together. They are now a couple. If you decouple them, they are no longer a couple. So you've put them separately. And that's, I mean, in technical terms, when they are put together, we call that architecture a monolithic one. Like, this is a monolithic architecture. If you put them apart, then you say it is a decoupled architecture. Okay, so if we have that kind of decoupling and the front end is going to make a request to the back end in order to get any information or anything that it needs to get, this is what we are talking about. So the front end is the one trying to access the resource that is on the server, which is the back end providing that information. So we call the front end the client, and we call the back end the server in this case. Tony Blaze, don't worry, I'll get to your question. Let me all right, so some APIs such as SOAP or SML RPC impose a strict framework on developers. Oh, okay. I don't even know what the SOAP and SLM RPC is. When I started learning about APIs, it's only REST APIs that I've learned. So I don't know much about these ones. But then, okay. So I think you're trying to compare it, and we are saying that some other APIs that we have actually impose a strict framework on developers. But REST APIs can be developed using virtually any programming language and supports a variety of data formats. The only requirement is that they align to the following 6 REST design principles, also known as architectural constraints. So let's see. These are not things that sticks to me. Like, I won't, okay, not right now. Maybe right now that I'm trying to read and explain, maybe it gets better. But oftentimes when I read it, I just read it and it's like, okay, yeah, like I understand this, I know it, that's all. I really don't care about it. I know that's what it is. So one, it should have a uniform interface. All API requests for the same resource should look the same, no matter where the request comes from. And so at the end of the day, you could have multiple clients trying to reach out to a single server, right? The API, say your back end. Let me just give a perfect example. All right, let's use a popular tool like, okay, Twitter or X. X has, in fact, let's use Telegram. So I was just about reading about the Telegram bots APIs. Funny enough, this other thing comes up. So let's use Telegram. Telegram has a host of tools, I mean functionalities there, but then they've rating their API and made it available so that anybody else outside can use that to access the resources that Telegram provides. So for example, I can create a Telegram bot using their APIs, and you can also create a Telegram bot using their APIs, irrespective of the programming language that you are using. Almost all the requests that we're going to make will be similar, no matter what language you are using, or how you are designing your front end, or how you are designing your bot, or all of that. At the end of the day, the request that we are going to make, if we make a similar request, we should get the same kind of output, right? So that's what we are referring to as uniform interface. At least that's how I understand it. So it says the REST API should ensure that the same piece of data, such as the name or email address of a user, belongs to only one uniform resource identifier. That is, if you hit that particular endpoint, the endpoint that we are hitting, like if we hit the same endpoint, we should get the same output. Resources shouldn't be too large, but should contain every piece of information that the client might need. So that's what I believe is what they are talking about when it comes to uniform interface. Client server decoupling. And this I've already explained what client server decoupling means. So you have a separate front end and a separate back end. So in this case, in REST API design, clients and server applications must be completely independent of each other. The only information the client application should know is the URI of the requested resource. It can't interact with the server application in any other ways. Similarly, a server application shouldn't modify the client application other than passing it to the requested data via HTTP. So let me try and explain this better. Even though I've given the perfect example of when you decouple it, you have them in separate repos, there's a possibility of even having it in the same repo and still make it like kind of decoupled, because one reaches the other through an API. The reason I know this is when I started doing these things in especially JavaScript is that was even last year. I started last year December there, about when I started learning about these things using the main stack, so the React for the front end and the back end will be Node.js, Express.js, that kind of thing. But prior to that, I had built full stack web apps in PHP before, and in those places I didn't use any API. You connect the back end directly to the front end, like they are coupled. In those instances, you can't tease out the back end and say, oh, this is the back end, this is the front end. Like right inside the front end, I'm making an AJAX request to the server and not necessarily calling an API endpoint. So there is that possibility as well. But for if you are using an API, then there has to be like an interface. Remember, an application programming interface. So there is an interface. There's a separation between the front end and the back end. And the front end can only interact with the back end by making a request to a certain endpoint. That's what we are talking about, the client server decoupling. And I don't know if there is any API that doesn't obey that. I really don't know, because all the APIs I have worked with are REST APIs. So I believe that is the normal thing I see with APIs. Statelessness. This concept of statelessness, I think I started learning about it when I was doing cloud computing. And at that time, it was a bit confusing to appreciate that some of the AWS services are stateless, some are stateful. So now, at least with the understanding I have about it, if I say you are stateful, it means that you can recall the state, you remember the state. Okay, if you are stateless, then you don't remember. So for instance, if we are talking about, let me use like real life experience, or I mean something that you can easily appreciate. Let's say that there is this security guard whenever you are entering a room. Let me use my hostel for instance. Assuming that my hostel has like a security guard that checks everyone entering the room. When you are entering, they check you. When you are going out, they check you. If we say this security person is stateful, then what it means is that the security person remembers whoever comes in. So if you have gone through that door and you've come in, it remembers you. So when you are going out, it doesn't have to check you again, because I remember that, oh yeah, when you came earlier, I checked you and you went in, like everything was okay. So when you are going out, I don't have to check you again. That means it is stateful. It remembers the state. So how you were when you came in, it remembers you. That's when we say it is stateful. If you say something is stateless, it doesn't remember anything. So it doesn't care. Oh, when you were coming, I checked you, so I remember you. When you are going out, I'll let you go. No, stateless means I don't remember your state. I don't remember how you came in. All I care about is what you are having right now, like what you are right now. I don't remember any past ones. I don't keep memories of them. So I have to check you right now before you go out. So that is stateless. So let's read what this is. It says REST APIs are stateless, meaning that each request needs to include all information necessary for processing it. So remember that if it is stateless, then it means we can't remember it. So the request that is coming, we can't say that, oh, we've made this request before, so we know some of the information, therefore we can let it go through. No. Especially, for instance, if the request needs to come with a particular token, maybe you initially did something, maybe authentication, you authenticated and we saw that, oh, that's you. When you're making another request, you still have to come back with that same token for us to check and authenticate you before. We won't say that, oh, because you made an earlier request and this is the same you are already authenticated, because I don't remember you. So anytime that you are coming or going out, you have to come with every information that you need for me to authenticate you. That's just a simple example, but all that it means is that there is no remembrance of anything. So it has to always come with the full resources that it requires. In other words, REST APIs do not require any server-side sessions. So remember, sessions are for you to store something so that you can remember it. But then we don't remember. It's stateless. REST APIs are stateless. So there is no need for me to store these things and remember them. Server applications aren't allowed to store any data related to a client request. So that's what I've explained. Cacheability. Caching is usually for static files that do not change very much. And what happens is that you are able to store, say you make frequent requests to something. Okay, I'm trying to find a simple example. You know how you are making a request to, so this is also one thing I learned in cloud computing, and it's a huge thing when it comes to using the cloud. You know, the servers of these platforms. Let's use a server like, let's use a service like Netflix. So with Netflix, they use AWS to host the videos that you get to watch there. But then AWS has all of these servers, or what they call availability zones, which refers to data centers. They have data centers spread across the world. So maybe you are currently in Africa. The video that you're about to watch is probably in Ohio, the data center in Ohio. And there is quite a distance from Ohio to whichever part of Africa you find yourself. So that means that the first time you are making the request, maybe no one from Africa has made that request. You are the first person when the movie or film was released. You are the first person to hit the servers to make a request for that specific video. All right. But the thing is that other people may also start watching it because they begin to hear about it. If you are always making that request to Ohio, people are making a request to Ohio, it's very costly. I mean, distance wise, and the resources that are used in cloud computing is very costly. So what they would do is to cache, that's keep a local copy. I shouldn't have even gone that far. I should have used browser caching. I just remembered. But yeah, so the video will be cached probably around a data center closer to where you are. So that is not where it's stored, but we create like a local copy of it, so that when you are making a request, we no longer have to go to Ohio. Maybe we just hit Cape Town. AWS has a data center in Cape Town. So maybe we hit Cape Town and grab it from there instead of going to Ohio, because it costs a lot to go to Ohio. And the same thing about, let me use what you are familiar with, that's browser caching. You make a request. The first time you are requesting a service from any website, if it is the first time, see that sometimes it takes quite a while to bring you back feedback from that website. Maybe it takes more than 3 seconds before you see something on the screen. But the next time you try to hit that same server or that same website, it comes quickly, like swiftly, that you do not notice any delay. The reason is that your browser has some form of caching that it does. It stores some of the static things so that as soon as you make the request, it's aware that this thing already exists and it pulls it. If you clear your cache, you see that it will now have to go back and download everything from the site. So it takes a while. Okay, so that's caching. So now let's read about cacheability. So when possible, resources should be cacheable on the client or server side. Server responses also need to contain information about whether caching is allowed for the delivered resource. So it says when possible, resources should be cacheable on the client or server side. So if you are using REST APIs, you are saying that, okay, you should be able to cache these things whether on the server side or on the client side. And those of you in ALS, when you are doing backend specialization, this is one of the key things that you'll be learning about, using in-memory caching with Redis. It's a very important thing, especially when it comes to making database requests. When I say this is expensive, you may not appreciate it, but it's really expensive. If you are working with a company like Amazon, where like a single, like 1 second delay on accessing resources on their platform can cost them like a lot of money. You know, if you are not, we call those services mission critical services. Let's assume that the service you are building is connected to people's life, such that if there is a 1 second delay, it can cost the person their life. Then you say that is a mission critical service, right? So in most of those mission critical services, you always have to make good use of caching so that you don't always have to make a request to the database. And one thing that a lot of us do not know, which this is something I also learned when I was doing cloud computing, is that when databases, they have like the same way you have processor in your computer, databases have some sort of processing capability. So we have what we call IOPS, the input output processing speed. I hope that is the right meaning. If only I remember IOPS. Let's see the meaning. Yeah. So it is input output operations per second. Okay, operations per second. So that is very important for databases. You are able to, I mean, depending on how powerful this is, how powerful the database you are working with. If you're having like millions of requests per second, can that database access it or not? So in those instances, you usually want to cache as many things as possible so that you don't make requests as often as possible to the database. Like you reduce the number of requests that is going directly to the database. and you only go there to update it, especially if it's something that doesn't change frequently. Very, very important. And I believe you would get to learn about caching maybe later. I personally, I need to go back there and still revisit, especially in-memory caching, because I don't use it. I think I should start using it, but I don't use it often. Sorry. There is an alarm on my phone. I need to take that alarm off. Fridays. Okay. So the fifth one is layered system architecture. In REST APIs, the calls and response go through different layers. As a rule of thumb, don't assume that the client and server application connect directly to each other. There may be a number of different intermediaries in the communication loop. REST APIs needs to be designed so that neither the client nor the server can tell whether it communicates with the end application or an intermediary. This one, I mean, I don't fully get it, but yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me, except that I don't fully get it to be able to explain it the way I would have loved to explain it. So the calls and response go through different layers. I mean, if I'm building, say, a bot right now, and I'm making a request to the Telegram API, I really have no idea what is going on there. So the layered system architecture, maybe that API that I'm making a request to is also making a request to another API to get some feedback before it gives it to me. What I think is important here is that anytime I'm making a request to an API, you have to notice that there is the possibility of a delay. So that is when asynchronous programming comes in. Like, you have to know when to wait and when not. So if you are doing JavaScript, you learn about async await. I think even in Python we have async IO. Yeah, Python. Yeah, exactly. So asynchronous input output in Python. So that is also there, and something that you would have to start working with when you're accessing APIs, I guess. Yeah. Code on demand, which is optional. Say REST APIs usually send static resources, but in certain cases, responses can also contain executable code such as Java applets. In this case, the code should only run on demand. I don't know what what I don't do we send. Okay, anyway, I haven't really sent code back. It's almost always information from the database that has been arranged that you're sending it back. Yeah. So, I hope that helps. I mean, it was a good refresher for me, but I hope it helps. And maybe I should drop the link so that you can read it for yourself if you want. This is from IBM. Okay. Let's see. No, not yet. Not here. So let me stop sharing my screen then. I can use my account to send that link. Okay. I hope YouTube doesn't flag this, because yeah. So I've shared it. Now let me listen to Tony Blaze. So I'm going to split it into many parts. I'm just taking the time off because this whole week I haven't gotten time for you guys. So I'm both a university student and an ALS student. I'm learning software engineering through both avenues. My question is, that learning multiple things at the same time lead to burnout? It can. I mean, it's a simple logic there that everyone can appreciate. Like, you're doing multiple things at the same time can always lead to burnout. It depends on how you handle it and how demanding each of them is, and how you are able to manage all of that. Sometimes I feel that I think it was something I was thinking about yesterday. I see a lot of people on Twitter taking pride in the fact that, oh, I'm a student in ALS, I'm also a student in this boot camp, I'm a student in that boot camp. And I don't know if it's something to take pride in. The fact that you are doing so many things at a time is not what I have a problem with. What I have a problem with is whether you are really giving enough time to learn the things that you are supposed to learn. Because if all you care to do is not to think by yourself but to just submit assignments, and I mean everyone learns differently. Let me not cast any stones on anyone. Like for me, I'm the type of person that's like using different materials to learn. But hi, like I like to go through different materials, so I could be reading. It's in line, like I'm learning maybe Python inheritance here, but I'm not getting it, so I switch to a different resource. Maybe there is a course out there that teaches it better, or I think they may be able to explain it to me. I go take that one, but it's almost always in sync, trying to achieve the same goal. But if this is teaching me this differently, this is teaching me that differently, stretching yourself too thin such that you can't even get the depth for any of the things you are learning, I think can easily burn you out, and you may get little to no benefit from all of them. So let's not focus on, I mean, some of us are focused on, oh yeah, yeah, I did it. You did ALSSE whilst you are doing this other course, whilst you did this other course. But at the end of the day, what can you show for it? Like, is it up here? Like, do you have the knowledge that's or the experience and skills that you require? If not, then why did you waste that time? And if the certificate is your goal, I mean, which I find that hard to believe, but then a lot of people are just after the certificates. You go from here and there and there and there, and ah, anyway, yeah. So the possibility of burning out is there and high when you are pursuing so many things at the same time, and that's my life personally. I mean, I'm pursuing so many things at the same time, and not to say that I've bent out, but sometimes I feel like right now as I'm sitting here, I feel within me that I'm so tired that all I need is sleep, you know, because this past week school assignments was tough on me. I had like three different school assignments and mostly group work. So we have to have group meetings, presentations, all of that. Then I'm working. Aside from working, I have all of these personal stuff that are going on. Man, like every single point in my life, when I look back, I've never been focused on doing a single thing at a time. So maybe I'm the wrong person to be giving you this advice, but that is what I know, and that's what that has been my life. Like I can't sit there do nothing almost all the time. Like even when right now that I'm telling you that I'm tired, I need rest. I know that that is what I need. But if I lie in bed right now and I've not slept, my brain begins to wander, then start calculating things. I'm already thinking about one idea or the other. I'm testing it out. I can give you a perfect example. Like 2 days ago, I was supposed to be sleeping. I was so tired, I needed to sleep. But then I laid in bed right after work. I think it was around 5 p.m. I laid in bed. I didn't sleep till like 1 a.m. And I had to get up from bed to come and put my computer back on just to now look at, okay, something that I was thinking about while I was lying there. Maybe I don't want to go into the details, but then I came to build like an MVP for what I was thinking about when I was lying there before I could convince myself to go back to sleep. And now I was feeling fulfilled. So the possibility of burnout is high for somebody like me. And sometimes that the thought of it scares me. So I try my best to push myself out is maybe find myself amongst friends, start making a call with someone that would take my mind off these things, or just go out and admire nature, walk around, those kind of things. But yeah, I feel that if you don't want to burn out, maybe not to reduce all of those things, but make sure that you have time that you allocate for each of them, and you're really getting what you want from it and not just the fun of doing it. um the next one, I have a project where I need to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript for front end and back end development, all within a span of 2 weeks. Interesting. I'm currently learning Python, C, Shell scripting, Java, HTML, CSS, and JS, and I think it's too much. I mean, you're not far from being right on that, right? I mean, and sometimes I just don't want to just oppose my situation, my personal situation, with that of others. This, I mean, some people can pull this off, but it's not everybody who can. And you have to be realistic to yourself. Is this something that you think you can pull off? Like learning all of these languages, how deep are you going with any of them? And how deep do you want to go with them? If it's just about knowing the surface and information, oh, okay, this is cool. I can do something like this in HTML, but I don't know how to do it. Oh, yeah, this can be done in CSS, but I don't know how to do it. If that's what you want, I mean, go for it. But if you want like deep, these are things that, hey, I mean, you can even literally say that I'm spending the next 1 month on HTML alone. I'm spending the next 1 month on CSS alone. I mean, depending on the time that you have and how fast you pick things and how well you want to be practicing these things. So as I say, I may not be the right person to be giving this advice because this is something I do personally. Except that I do not, I said earlier, I do not just oppose my situation on top of others. So right now, I'm trying to learn a lot of things, but then sometimes I even forget some of the things that I'm learning, like because there's no time for every one of them. But I'm one guy that can get obsessed over things. So if I am obsessed over this thing, I'm going to go deep into it and get it done. Then I will now leave it. But sometimes too, this same obsession can vanish with time. So today I'm obsessed about this thing. I put in my all, I don't finish it, and I forget about it. And when I reflect on these things, I feel that I could have been way better in particular things, but because I'm spreading myself across all of these domains, I'm not like a specialist in any of these things. Like I know a little about almost everything, but then if I had spent all the time that I'm spending on each of these things, I would have probably become an expert at a particular thing, which is what some people want. For me, I have justified that I need that broad knowledge for now. I have justified it for myself, and that is why I'm comfortable trying out new things. Like for this stage of my life, that is what I think it is about. Trying as many things as possible and finding what I want, what I love to do, and what I want to keep doing. And then I can proceed to become a specialist at a particular thing. But remember, I'm not in school for that. In fact, even the things I'm learning in school, they are so different. And I hardly pay attention to those ones much. But then real life, I learn like crazy. Things that even outside school, the things that I learn more than what I'm being taught in school. Except that these are things that I'm trying out. And I mean, still, I'll go back to the point that I may not be the best person to be giving you advice on this because I am in the same shoes. But what is important for me is to be self-aware and know what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. Okay. I don't hate I mean, I've told you, like, this is the reason I'm doing it. I appreciate that I'm doing so many things. I appreciate that it can be very difficult, and I'm willing to take it one step at a time, and that's what I'm doing. But if it is not so for you, especially when you are in school, because your exams is at stake, and you and I know how important exams is for our academic settings in Africa. So that makes me a bit scared for you. But yeah, think about it. If it is too much as you are saying, please try and see what you can do to cut down some of that. Michael says, my question could be out of context. How can we benefit from the room after we finish ALS SE? I mean, there are a lot of benefits that the room provides. Personally, I haven't been very active in there because the thing is that the room is supposed to prepare you as a talent and guide you in what to do to get jobs. Okay, so it is like when you train with ALS, the next thing when you are looking for a job or like anything like that, you need to be prepared, well rounded for those things, right? And that kind of preparation is where you get what you get from being part of the room. So I mean, when you go in there, you find a lot of benefit. The last time I joined, I signed into the portal. I was so impressed about the things that were going on there. So yeah, I mean, really some place to that you want to be. And because I wasn't looking for a job by the time I was done with the program, I haven't really been active there. But when I checked the portal the last time, I was so impressed. I wish I was there. Like I wish I was going there frequently to even create content there to motivate people and the likes. But that still goes back to the point of me trying to do so many things at a time and not being so good at every one of them. I wish I could be creating YouTube videos every time. I wish I could be hosting PLDs for people all the time. I wish. And if wishes were horses, they say beggars would ride. I'm not getting the horses to ride. So let's go back to our focus session and get work done so that we can go and enjoy our weekend. All right. Tony, glad to hear that. I mean, you're welcome. So, guys, back to focus session. Make sure you are learning and get things done. We'll get back after 60 minutes. All the best, everyone. Hi, 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 hi. Hello. Break time, please. Break time, please. How's it going? How is it going? Hello. Where's everyone gone to? Where are you all hiding? Where's everybody gone to today? Let me enjoy my break by myself then. How are you doing? Yeah, good evening. How are you doing and what's going on? Mm. Today it looks like everybody is running away. I don't know. Hi, you've all run away. Okay. I guess I'm going to close the stream after this break. I'm going to find something to eat. I just realized the music was playing. I don't know if you could hear me or not. Yeah. Last month I was responding to your greetings and asking how you were doing and what's going on. And since today is Friday and seems everybody is sleeping, I would be ending the stream after this break so that I'll also be able to go find something to eat before I continue what I've got to do. Yeah, I didn't know that the music was still on because when I start talking, it switches the monitor to, I mean, the monitor goes off, so I don't hear it when I'm talking. Oh, okay, okay, no problem. Yeah. What's going on Friday evening? Yeah, I'm doing well. So I'm doing well and super pumped about this coming weekend. Ooh, okay. So please go and eat. Oh. Yeah, I'll go and eat right after the stream. I mean, yeah, it's important. I agree. Right after the stream, I'll go and eat. Hi, welcome to another project. I am Elniobe and today I'll be guiding you through this particular project. We are looking at just 5 minutes away from going to find something to eat. So yeah, no problem at all. 4 minutes more. All right, some few seconds more. A few seconds later. Okay. Time is up. Time is up. All right. Okay. So time is up. About to close and close and go upstairs. Go find something to eat. Okay, guys. Bye bye. I'll catch you all, God willing, next week, Monday. And please enjoy your weekend. Get enough rest. I see you. Get enough rest during the weekend and refresh yourself for next week. The month is also about ending. So know that the year, in fact, the year is getting drawing nigh. So everything that you plan from the beginning of the year, please take the time to reflect on that and catch up fast with every other thing that you need to do. I'll see you all, God willing, next week, Monday. Until then, bye for now. Bye bye. Bye bye.